And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the spaceship to the late night special on the episode of the Alien live streams, the late night ones. And last night we did excellent. We covered a lot of great topics, and many of you enjoyed it. And I appreciate all of you for viewing it. And here I am, and going to do this. We're going to do that. Okay. So you all can see me a bit better. Also, now we are going to be starting the game in a moment, and we'll be talking about the Merlin legends, some news, more about Star Wars and gaming and different things like that I usually do. And today I like keeping up with the trials, and there is the verdict with Christopher Gregor, and he was sentenced to 25 years for deleting his son, and many people were triggered about it because they felt that he should have gotten more, like the max, which is 30 years. And he was saying that the judge was saying that in their state the qualifications he didn't meet to get the max, but he would get 25 years, and he may just have to serve 21. But yes, I believe that he should have the max, in my opinion. If there could have been an exception, I would have liked that. But a lot of people sometimes thought the judge was a little bit cringe, but also he made some good points about how, like, his family was saying he was such a good son, he was a good father, but the judge was like, if he's deleting his son, he's not really a good father. And, I guess that a good father is a broad definition, depending who you ask. And I was watching that, and the other verdict was in for one of the other trials I was watching, but I didn't see that one. But it was a little bit earlier. But that one seems like it, was guilty. It seems. And also, I get to talk to my friends, the chat well, and also talking to some of you was good too, through the emails. And I was looking more about the silver crisis that is going on, where they're looking at the research about the silver shortage that may be happening in the future. It was very interesting. Shout out to Silver Slayer. That was what I was watching. What? The Silver Surfer? No, Silver Slayer. He's a good channel about silver. He was interviewing the CEO of a mining company, and also one of the other one was the coin dealer, Andy Sheckman. It was very good, because some people, I've been seeing some videos, people are saying that some coin shops, like you have some other YouTubers that talk about the coin, the silver collecting, and some of the dealers they're talking to do not think there is a shortage, in their opinion. And also, but seeing the statistics and seeing these different factors that are in play, there seems to be a manipulation. And the mining company, he was saying that there's a shortage going on. So, it was right from the horse's mouth, as they say. And the other factors definitely point to that happening. But it would happen in the future. Certainly, we would see effects of this. And here's the game. Kind of surprised everybody. Although I was going to play the game, it just kind of slid it right in there smoothly. And I'll talk about the topics while I play the game. Then we'll go into articles and stuff. Yeah, so I thought it was interesting how, like, some of the people were saying there isn't a shortage, but it's still something good to collect. But, like, when there's I don't have the exact number on my head, but there's 2 million ounces deficit. Maybe 200 million, something like that. I don't quite recall the number, but it's quite a bit. And also, gold is still, that's a good metal too. It's just, it seems that it would be more recycled more in circulation than the other one. The other one, it would be, say, it's more of an industrial metal, and it'll be, say, thrown away in a landfill more. But like, say, Bitcoin, for instance, 2015 it was $600 a Bitcoin. Now it's 70,000 for one. And then before that, people bought the Bitcoins for pennies, and it's gone up. So, of course, it's to be diligent and do your own research on these kind of things. But I think it's interesting. I love having a tinfoil hat on because I like researching conspiracies and stuff like that. Just like with the aliens, they couldn't hide it forever, but there was groups of people that said the aliens weren't real or it was just nonsense. But actually, there seems to be something there. Same thing with Planet 10. They only could hide it for so long. Then it came out that it was really there. Most likely now they haven't discovered it yet. It's still up in the air, but there's more positive research about Planet 10 that's there. And the silver thing reminds me of that. And if it's not true, we'll see in time, but it's certainly, definitely with the statistics and the research and all that's been done on this, there is definitely, of course, the mining companies are saying that there's a shortage as well. So, yeah, I think that we'll see how that goes, and very interesting. That's a very interesting matter. And also, I was talking about the prison swap yesterday, briefly, when Matt brought it up. But yeah, there is a prison swap, or hostage swap with Russia, and Biden administration conducted it, and it's good that people came home, but also some people probably would have their opinions about it, I'm sure. And also there's a lot of conflicts going on, and hopefully it could be more of a peaceful place. Shout out to all of you. I'm glad that y'all are here and seeing the rerun of it also. And hello, Mary. Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, I'm getting the ship over here right now. Yeah, so yeah, the news now, it's been very hot. I talked to Sarah earlier. Shout out to her. She was in chat, but she's listening. She was saying about how in Japan it was 105 over there, and some of the war jellyfish came to the shores from Australia, and I have to look that up because I've not heard of war jellyfish. And it must not be the peaceful jellyfish. They must be on vacation. Yeah, shout out to SpongeBob. Yeah, and also basically, I think that it's very interesting seeing what's going on with the weather. And over here, the heat index is 115 down here, down south. And yeah, it's hot everywhere, all over the place. And it'll be nice when fall comes. Because when fall comes, it'll be cooler weather, and then there'll be winter. And also had some cool garden vlogs this year. I enjoyed that with y'all. So I'm going to go a little bit quicker here to get these ships. Alright, so I sunk both of them.
Oh, I like the water.
In the game?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, nice water. Yeah, also, I think that it's essential to say there's conspiracy theories. Now, some conspiracy theories may not be true, but a lot of them are, or were slightly true. And that's why, I remember watching Jimmy Neutron and, SpongeBob, and it seems like people didn't believe something was happening, but it was actually happening. So I was just going to believe that something was likely true until it was proven false, because, what if it is true? Because a lot of times, most people don't believe in the conspiracy theories, but they wind up becoming true. And it's then it becomes like a fact. You can make a meme or something I believed in this before it was a fact, something like that. Yeah, and also speaking of Gregor, the dude that was being sentenced today, he had a beard and he looked real cringe, and he was being sissified because he was talking about his ankle hurt from an injury in high school, and that's the thing he was really concerned about was how his leg would be treated, his ankle would be treated.
If he was sitting in jail all day, he has time to rest.
Right, he would have time to rest, and also he's this dude that could go and do something evil and delete a kid. He's not tough at all because he has a problem if he has a leg issue. I mean, an ankle issue rather. It's like he needs a blanket and a diaper change next. I guess the ankle society will go and vouch for him and give him comfort. Also, Sarah and I were talking about these in our modern era, our modern time. So I've talked about the Lady in the Lake, the Lady of the Lake, and Merlin, and these different things. And it seems that there's still symbolism today of magic type things. And Mary says, "Remember when bad pirates took over the pirate ship?" Oh yeah, they're still around, Mary, but I have the thing private so they can't get on it. The bullies, as Sam calls them in the game.
What is the difference between private and not private?
Well, private just means I can only my friends and my guild can join, but nobody else can join.
Interesting. What's that shower? Oh, water on the ship?
I don't know what you're talking about.
On your game I'm looking at.
What about shower?
Oh, I'm looking at the game. It's water in buckets.
Oh, you're kind of back. You're kind of far. You're kind of back.
I'll take a picture so you know.
No, that's when I was repairing the ship.
Oh, that's cute. Maybe I'll just come back.
You're delayed.
Oh. Oh, maybe I'll leave and come back in.
Well, you got to press the thing and push it all the way to the front.
Oh,
I mean, not to the front, to the back, like when you're watching the video. Or you could close it and reopen it.
I think I'll do that.
Yeah, so there's still symbolism today with magic, and no pun intended, there's something called the Hollywood, the wood of the holly tree, and that was used in magic wands. And it's interesting, you'll still see symbolism of things used today. Now, sometimes you had, like in Christianity, you had the use of some of these things from the ancient pagan traditions, but they used them for Christian r- reasons. So, say they had some pagans and then they became Christian, and they still use things from the pagan religion, but they use it to glorify God. That's okay. But basically, there's some occultic type people and some occultists where they would try to get in touch with the old religions and the magic and stuff like that, and not to do it for God but against God. And they would bring this stuff back, and you could see symbolisms today and certain things, and a lot of the systems we have is similar to what it was back in the past. And some systems are good to have, and that how we do things, and also there's things that a Trojan horses and stuff that could be brought in. So these like watchers and these different beings, they still obviously would have influence, in my opinion, from these perspectives. They would still have influence just like they did before, but it's not like you're not seeing fairies and stuff fly around. You see spaceships fly around. No pun intended. And then what you'll see also is you will have people or say music or movies or things that are influenced by this stuff, or even ways we may do, say, even going to the bank or whatever. You may have some things that mirror that stuff from that, but they not much so the banks specifically, but a lot of media I think could, a lot of the symbolism you would see that can be used as subliminal messaging, in my opinion. And then rather than you seeing the supernatural beings, they're still doing these things through the modern era of media and things you'll see in TVs or movies and stuff like that. And I think that it's something to take into consideration about, how things mirror from the past to now. And like they had Durids, like Merlin was a type of Durid. Okay, Mary, thank you. But he used his skills to glorify God and Christianity, but he still was based off of, and if it was real, was like a Durid type figure. So the Durids were these Celtic priests, and there's stories in Jesus' early life that he visited the Durids, and that they thought of him as a Messiah type figure when he visited them when he was a kid with his uncle. That may not be canon, but there's stories of Jesus' life before we know about him, and then he traveled to different places, like he went to England or he went to those different parts of the world, and they seemed like they acknowledged him as like who he was. But basically the Durids also were these pagans that had these magical practices, because the interdimensional beings, the fallen angels from Christianity, from that perspective, they went and they taught humans things and how to do stuff, and that's where all that comes from. And as I said, you could still, and maybe some of you may not really know what I'm talking about exactly, and that's okay. That's okay. I could explain, or if y'all were interested in doing your own research about it, you can. But basically, there's nothing new under the sun.
Mardi Gras has something about the druids.
It does?
Yes, I think
That makes sense. It would have pagan origin to it.
it was a crew or something. I have to look it up.
Hello, Sarah. Sarah says because Durids have connections with canonizes,
That's right. I think it's druid.
if recall correctly. Okay, thank you, Sarah. The Canaanites. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're correct.
Who's gonna bite the ends off?
Oh. Sarah says, she says, Mary, I'm here and there, but bit as well. So Sarah's saying she's in and out in chat. Like,
Okay. Cat tried to bite me, so I'm going in a little.
yeah, the cat's trying to attack, Bubbles is trying to attack Mary Toodles. Yeah, so basically what happened was, they're connected with the Canaanites and the Phoenicians and like the banking systems and stuff. So a lot of those religions from that time in the past, they were connected with the ancient, like from Caucasia in the Middle East. Like that's where a lot of the European people came from, like the Caucasus and stuff, and they migrated to Europe at some point. So they brought a lot of those traditions from those places into Europe, obviously, because that's where they were from. Yeah, Canaanites. Yes, exactly, Sarah. Exactly. And also, they and I think it's great with the technology we have, because you can see obviously paranormal sightings. YouTube has many paranormal sightings, like ghosts, spirits moving things around, or people doing dark magic they shouldn't be doing.
Stay there.
Yeah. And basically what happened was they were, and you could see how those things were real. There really was, in my opinion, these kind of things people did in the olden times, but people are still trying to bring them back, and it could come in different forms. And Sarah says, in point on the pagan connections. Exactly. And that's what they were back in that time. That's what they were back then. And also, you had the planet Saturn, the Lord of the Rings. I remember that, Sarah. And also, Saturn would be the Lord of the Rings because of all the rings it has. And I didn't know the connection it had with those factors. And basically, so like a crown or a ring, and they would be connected with Saturn. But, Christian monarchs use it to glorify God, but they do have origins from the pagans, As I said, in my opinion, it's not wrong if there's Christian or institutions that use it to glorify God, but also if you have these people that a lot of in our modern era, of course, you have people that are using those kind of symbolisms to glorify the pagan false gods, the Watchers, the Lady of the Lake, those type of beings. So that's something to be watched and be aware of. Hey, Stranded, it's been a while. Good to see you. So you have a lot of the symbolism. Thank you, Sarah. In Hollywood, and you have a lot of these symbolisms all over the place, and they're trying to subliminally give these messages to people, and they want people to be reconnected back with them. Because Jesus foiled all of the plans when he was crucified and rose again, because paganism completely left Europe. And one thing I would hope the Jewish, not all Jewish people, some of them accepted Jesus, but something they could consider looking at another perspective is that even if Christianity is a little bit different than their religion, that Christianity ended paganism in Europe and all over the world, that Jesus' religion spread everywhere. And also, I think that it was absolutely a great thing that Jesus did for them. Sarah says, Stranded, catch later, Aliens, Lady of the Lake. If not, hope you are well. Yeah, Stranded, if you haven't seen it yet, I would like you to look at the Lady of the Lake video. It's very good. It's about the alien. It's like, I was telling you about how the fairies and those beings are similar to the aliens. I basically did a video about that. And also, Sarah, I'm going to be working next on the Merlin one. I'm going to do a video like that about Merlin and Excalibur after that. Stranded said she watched it. Okay, Stranded, I didn't see that. I'm just seeing that just now. I didn't see it before. Okay, thank you, Stranded. I'm glad that you saw it. I'm glad you thought it was interesting. So basically, even things like a driver's license or the social security cards and stuff like that, it has like symbolism and things like that to, like, say they'll use a symbol on the dollar bill or on those cards and things that have to do with things of pagan origin. Yeah, right on, Sarah. And also, Stranded, I want to let you know that they sentenced the guy, Gregor, the guy that deleted his son on the treadmill. They sentenced him today to 25 years in prison. But people are angry that he didn't get the maximum sentence. And I'll talk more about the Durids after I do the game. It looks like they scorched my ship. Better get out of here quickly. Okay. Wasn't seeing that for a second. And yeah, the Lady of the Lake video has been getting a lot of views, and I got some new subscribers from it. So shout out to all of you. That's really cool. And people were thinking that the judge could have done a longer sentence, but the state didn't allow them to do the maximum sentence. And basically what happened was another situation occurred where he was concerned about his ankle, and because he had an injury a long time ago, and like he's just so selfish and so like sissified. And Stranded, I hope that you're doing good. You and your cats are doing good. Oh, well, it looks like the game glitched. This is Davy Jones' locker right here. Yeah, this is a glitch. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, Stranded. I mean, yeah, Stranded. Hopefully that happens to him.
I'm trying to get my internet to work. It won't work at all.
All right.
This whole time I've been doing that. I can't get any.
Oh, Stranded. That's unfortunate. Hope we get well soon, and glad the K's are doing well. I'm telling Sam in the game what happened to the ship. Yeah, so basically, yeah, the Durids are pagan origin, and also the other things like you see in Hollywood and the media and things like that is very similar to these like the Watchers or the Lady of the Lake, all that stuff. It's being like brought back, like so that's like how they come back in our modern times because Jesus foiled all their plans. It's talking to someone in the game. That's what I was doing. All right. So basically, and I think that you know, also we talk about Star Wars because she didn't know about Star Wars. Sarah, Amanda didn't know about Star Wars, so that's why I went and told her about how it works. Yeah, the tables have turned, and he will get mented back to him. And also, Nobody could run away from God's judgment. Yeah, Amanda did not see the Star Wars movies, so I had to tell her all about it, and I was excited. And also, I want to let you know they gave the 9/11 terrorists, that the people that plotted the attacks, they were given the plea deal, and they'll have to serve life in prison, and they will have to be. Oh, they will have to be go. Oh, I got distracted for a second. They would have to be telling the families about what happened. Like they could, if the families had questions, they would have to answer them, and also statements during the trial they could make. But a lot of the families are upset about the situation. But yeah, Strainer, it's absolutely cringe. Yeah, favorite pirate hat. Yeah, facts. Now I'm repairing the ship, everybody. Yeah, 9/11 happened over 20 years ago, and they caught the guy in 2003. Exactly, and also there's a situation going on where the Biden administration said it had nothing to do with it. And also, stranded in the ballerina trial I was watching, the lady that deleted her husband, she was found guilty too, for for deleting her husband. Cat in the box. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Also, I was learning more about some cryptids, in Afghanistan, there's a situation that happened where there's a Nephilim sighting. The reason why I'm pausing, there's in the game I'm talking to people. Well, that's the United States for you, Stranded. Oh no, it was during the war in Afghanistan. There is a situation that happened where they saw these Nephilims. They found a cave and a bunch of bones and skeletons everywhere, and they saw like equipment from the U.S. Army. And then they encountered a giant red-haired Caucasian-looking person that was like 12 feet tall, and it had 6 fingers and like 2 rows of teeth. And they went and they had a a battle with it. Yeah, yeah. And then what happened was the helicopter, the guy that was flying the airplane, flying it back to Ohio, he was saying that he saw it specifically, and it was a giant thing, and it was brought to a base in Ohio where they do a lot of secret testing. Yeah, it had 6 fingers. Yes, and 6 toes. And it had 2 rows of teeth. And they also found there's a couple of stories in Afghanistan of them seeing Nephilim type creatures. There is an incident where they saw a town, like a village, and they saw the Nephilim creature, and the Nephilim. It was like 9 feet tall, and it was with the locals, and they had a couple of them that were with goats, and the goats look like cats. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, they said where. It's a base in Ohio. I don't recall the name on the top of my head, but I will let you all know what the base is. And it's a base where they keep a lot of extraterrestrial UFO type stuff. Well, absolutely. There's a base in Ohio, and basically in Ohio they have this thing where that's where the Nephilim creature was taken to. Right, right. And all the Nephilim sightings of these creatures that were seen in Afghanistan, they had red hair and they're very tall. Hey, SE. Good to see you, bro. SE, how's your day been going? I'm a little bit more in tune with the game this time than I was yesterday, but I'm still with y'all. I'm still with y'all. That's why I've been a little bit quieter than usual. I mean than the other one yesterday. But it's still all good though. It's all good. Yeah, it's also where in Japan where Sarah is, it's also getting hot as well. That's kind of like what the Mac wallpaper looked like back in the early 2000s. Oh yeah. Yeah, and I think it was interesting about the how the Hollywood and the symbolism of the Hollywood from the holly tree and the meaning behind it. I think that's wild. Got hit with heavy shrapnel. Stranded said, got some good rain last night, and today we really needed it. Absolutely. Oh, it's clear, a little bit cloudy. Stranded, what is your favorite Star Wars movie if you have one? All right. Now it's sunny. You like Return of the Jedi? All right, that's good. That's good. Return of the Jedi is good. Alrighty. Now it's sunny. It's like in the morning time. Oh, that's facts, Sarah. That's facts. For a dollar, for $1, for one whole dollar. That brings me to another thing about inflation. Basically, with inflation, you had a situation that happened where, like, say you get like a silver half dollar, a Liberty half dollar, but back now, that can't really do much now if you brought in 50 cents to get a gallon of gas, but now $20, hand them $20, it would do it. I'm glad that you saw that, and that's so cool. You got to see it when it came out back in that time period. Oh, exactly, Sarah. Exactly. And but that's but the silver could still buy you what it did before. But the 50 cents can't buy you what it did before because of inflation. That was a close one. All right, we're doing good. Shout out to Clam and Samuel, my two buddies in the game. Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I know. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome, Stranded, that you got to see it too when it first came out. I saw the originals. I mean, I saw the prequels, but I couldn't see the Revenge of the Sith prequel right when it came out because Mary Toodles said it was too violent for me. But I really wanted to see it, and I got the Darth Vader helmet, and I still have it. But I saw the other ones. And also, a nickname for me at school sometimes was Han Solo. All right, got the highest rank in the game. Absolutely. I know Stranded. I know. I saw the Spider-Man movies. Strand said, I know Taco Bell has been advertising lure box for $7, but when I went, it was 10.
Having connection problems.
I'm scared.
Can't.
And in spite of the situation that's happened, now like silver was it went up to like 32, 31. Then it got to Then what happened was it went down a couple of dollars, but it's still retaining its value pretty well, despite the situations. Oh, that's really cool. And a drive-in. That's really cool. Yeah, I never got to see a drive-in. I never got to see one. But that's cool that y'all got to see that. Stranded said she got to see the Star Trek motion picture at the drive-in. All right, all right. We got a whole thing coming through. All right, let's get this. I'm still with y'all. All right, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Staying ahead of the curve. No pun intended. All right. And I'll get back to y'all. I mean, I'm still here, but I might be kind of incognito a little bit because this is like a boss battle. Ooh. Okay. We got this. Alrighty. Release the Fury. Ah, they got us. And we got them. So we won, but we also sunk. Okay, I won, but we although we went down. Yeah, bittersweet victory. We took them down with us. Well, that sucks, Stranded. All right, so I'm about to get into the other stuff in the stream. Alrighty. Now, I'm just gonna go. Alright. Here we go. Space Cats. Yay. But, like, SC is talking some cool stuff right here. SC is saying. Yeah, don't have any near me. Yeah. What's cool about that one I have around me is they have a section for adults, one to show movies for kids. Stranded, you're welcome to come to V8 anytime. All of you are welcome. Yeah, see, that would be really cool, yeah. Alright, let's talk about some Merlin. I want to do the video about Merlin, but we'll talk about Merlin. Well, I'm going to talk about the Hollywood. Yeah, Space Cats. Spaceship. As he says, and I got hamburger, french fries, and a drink for $5. That is so much better than $20. I could buy everybody something to eat. Facts. Oh yeah, facts, Stranded. Alright, so the holly tree is interesting. We like to talk about plants here, and this has to do with Merlin. And Sarah, thank you for telling me about this, Sarah. Especially before the Merlin video. Thank you. We both gave each other synchronicities. I'll do it, Sarah. It has to do with the topic. But even if it didn't, I'm glad to say it because you want it to be done. That's okay. It's all good. And Stranded, Sarah. Now, SC, I'm always glad to have you here. And I have, it's been about a minute since I've seen Stranded. And Sarah, I'm glad that you are here with us as well. Because, we weren't able to see the one yesterday. This is the holly tree. And it's a very beautiful tree. Sort of like decking the halls with holly. It's also a Christmas thing. It reminds me of a mistletoe, also. So there's a lot of meaning to it. And it's like, I'm not going to be like low-key getting this tree. But basically, yeah, this is the holly tree. And it was used for something very interesting. The wood was used for certain things. And you see it's very interesting here how you have Hollywood. And even if this wasn't intentional and there's some other meaning to it, you see you got Hollywood, but it also is rooted to the holly tree, and there's some significance about this that I think is very interesting for all you to know about. So, the wand. Wands are made with Hollywood. You see, so like Merlin and the other wizards, especially the Druids, they would do their magical things. They would do it with a wand. And this wand was made out of Hollywood. So that's a very interesting correlation right there. And although in the legends, Merlin was a wizard that he was half fallen angel and half human, what he did was he used his skills and his magical abilities for the Christian cause, for Arthur. But he is based off of, and may, if he was real, was a type of Druid, which was these magicians, these priestly magicians. So a magician is not just like a dude that pull like me with a suit on and a top hat that pulls a rabbit out of it. A magician was like a wizard, like somebody does like witchcraft and stuff. Now he used his skills in legends to help King Arthur for the Christian cause, but basically the Druids were pagan, and it originates in the Canaanites. But also there's some legends that Jesus, when he was very young, like a young kid, he went and met the Druids, and they confirmed him as the Son of God. And the Druids had some connection with the ancient Israelites, some kind of a way, and they saw him of who he was. And it's ironic that his own peers did not see him as who he was at some point, unfortunately. Many of them do now. Shout out to the Jewish people, very cool people. But basically, it's kind of interesting that the Druids accepted him, but some others didn't. But basically, I think that it's an interesting correlation here you have with the type of wood they used, the Hollywood place, and this. It's like magic. It's like a type of magic. It's like Hollywood is like a place where you see, and I could make a joke. This, what you're seeing right now, we could say is, as they call Hollywood South. It's literally called, Sarah, Hollywood South where I am. So, and you're watching me, it's like magic right now. But basically, Hollywood also, you have movies and things like that, and stuff comes out of it, and it's like magic. Right. So that's just an interesting correlation. And if it was used for good, like Merlin used his abilities to help King Arthur for a good cause, it's good, but also could be used for bad. And sometimes I think movies and things can use things for bad purposes. Like if you had ancient Christians that used things from the pagan religions, but used it, say, a holiday or an outfit or a garment to glorify God, that's okay. But some people, especially in our modern times, may be using these ancient symbolisms to glorify the pagan gods. And now they appear as aliens. Some of them were fairies or wizards. The Lady of the Lake, for instance, has to do with this because she was an enchantress. They are these type of magical beings. And Viviane was allegedly a descendant and connected to the goddesses of Rome. So it's like they're connected somehow, these fallen angels and these interdimensional beings, from a Christian perspective. That is how that works. So that is just an interesting correlation there. And the Hollywood was specifically used to make wands. Right, Sarah. Stranded said, the drive-ins that were here was cool because there was two sides. Each side played two movies. If you got there early, you could watch two movies on one side, then movie to the other side, and actually see three. That's really cool, Stranded. Sarah says, and some fallen spirits dwelled in trees. Hey, that's true. That's absolutely true. Similar to Peach, her sighting of the Mothman, or something like that, that she showed that her friend caught in a tree cam. That was in a tree. That's a good correlation. And SC says, yes, it's awesome. And SC says, used Hollywood for a wand. Very interesting. Yes, indeed. And Sarah didn't know that I live in Hollywood South. Oh, yeah. And I've made movies. I like making movies and stuff. And I made a movie about this clown puppet thing that I have. And I made a spooky movie out of it. And I used to show my friends. And I burnt DVDs. I got what, of course, you all would know what that means. But for those that may not know what that means, I used DVD. I created DVDs of these little films that I made. And it's like magic. It's like my friends thought it was a real person, but no. I'm good at, like, it's like I'm like a magician. Right. And Stranded said, the Hollywood sign is originally said Hollywood Land. But during the earthquake, the letters that spelled out land fell, but the rest of the sign didn't, so they just left it that way. I think I've heard of that, Sarah, and that's a real funny story in a way. Well, look at this. This is a store called Merlin Morgana, and they sell a wand made out of Hollywood. As I said, I would not recommend some of this in theory if it really did have some magical ability to it, because, you know, as Christians don't fool with things like that. But yeah, so that's an authentic Merlin wand. There you go. Stranded said, also, the sign Hollywood Land was supposed to be temporary, advertise the area as a tourist attraction, but they just left it up there. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's very iconic, very iconic. And we're gonna like basically say like, why? Allergies. All right. So yeah, that's a Hollywood sign. I watch streams from LA and stuff like that, and so I'm in a sense around that area a lot. While I watch live streams, and I've been all over that place. And they got homeless tents everywhere, and it's just a bunch of chaos. And you had this very beautiful bridge with all these lights at night, and they didn't, and they took all the lights out, and now it's like a dark bridge. Hola, Latina. Good to see you. And Latina, I uploaded that video a couple of days ago. So if you, at some point when you're ready, you can look at my channel. I had the video up now. Okay. Oh, I'd share it with y'all, Stranded. I'd share it with y'all. Yes, stars, magicians, wizard symbols. Ah, yes, the stars. Yeah, that's a wizard symbol also. SE says, like when they have the stars tours in the Walk of Fame. Exactly. Hello, Cynthia. And yes, you're absolutely correct. Yes. And yeah, so these are the wands that are made of holly. And it's, so it has its origins as the dirge, and I'm going to explain that in a moment. And I see what you're saying. I'm going to respond to that in a moment. SE says, I want to make you aware that I always like your shorts, but for some reason I cannot comment on the shorts. I just wanted you to know that. Okay, SE. Thank you for letting me know. I don't know why you're not able to comment on there. I don't know if it's cookies or something, but thank you for telling me, and I'm glad you like the shorts. A wand is a thin, lightweight rod that is held with one hand and is traditionally made of wood. But many also be made of other materials such as metal, plastic, or stone. Long versions of the wands are often styled in forms of staves or scepters, which could have large ornamentation on top. In modern times, wands are usually associated with stage magic or supernatural magic, but there have been other uses, all stemming from the original meaning as a synonym of rod and verge. A stick that is used for reaching point, drawing on the dirt, or directing other people is one of the earliest and simplest tools. As he says, I don't know if it's a glitch or something. I have no idea. And as he says, but not just your shorts, everybody's shorts. Oh, okay, I don't know. I have to look into that. But thank you. So, okay. So this is, what is used in wands and, for the magic that the pagans used. And also, as I said, you can see the correlation with Hollywood itself. And as I said, a lot of times they use things for that aren't too good with it. So the wood, holly was the wood that was used. Okay, Latina. So Latina, if you didn't hear what I said before, I made the video about the astronauts already. It's on my channel. I uploaded it a couple of days ago. I'm going to read a brief history about the wands, and then we're going to get into things about Merlin, and then I'll talk about the news and different things. Alright. History. It is possible that wands were used by prehistoric peoples. It is mentioned that rods, as well as rings, were found with Red Lady of Paviland in Britain. It is mentioned by Arthur in Gower, A Guide to Ancient and Historical Mountains on the Gower Peninsula, that these might have been wands and depicted as such in a reconstruction drawing of the burial of Red Lady. Stranded, I have not seen it, but thank you for the suggestion, for the recommendation. Okay, Latina. During the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, aprotropic wands began to be used during the birth ceremonies. These wands were made of hippopotamus tusks. Okay. So they have a hippopotamus tusk. Hippos are such cute animals. I love hippos. You know, I love watching shorts of hippos eating pumpkins. Very cute animals. Which were split down the middle lengthwise, producing two wands, each with one flat side and one curved side. Due to the curved nature of a hippopotamus tusk, these wands were curved with a one pointed end, the point of the tusk, and one blunt end where the tusk was removed from the hippopotamus. Hippopotamus tusks may have been used to invoke Tauret, that hippopotamus is the goddess of childbirth. The earliest apotropic wands used in Egypt were undercoroated, but from around 1850 BC. They were used and usually provided with decorations. Apotropic features directly related to the sun religion, or particular aspects of it inscribed in the convex upper side, most of whom carry knives to ward off evil forces. These apotropic wands were also inscribed with protective text on the flat side, such as cut off the head of an enemy when he enters the chamber of the children whom the lady has borne. The latest apotropic wand found belongs to the second intermediate period, King Sen-A-BK. It seems that the use of these objects in Egypt declined after the period. Stranded says, Wolverines, I had issues with the shorts for a while. Figured out that the Google account wasn't synced with the YouTube account. And Stranded says, Latina Babylon movie, Brad Pitt. Okay, thank you. Alright, so this is the wand from Egypt. And Sarah, we like talking about Egypt. And basically, this is a very big thing. I'm going to move it a little bit so y'all can see it. Yeah, so that is the wand that they use for during the birth ceremonies. Alright. Yes, Sarah. Yes. Yes, Sarah. That's very hot. That's very hot. The brasum used by Zoroastrian magi, and you see the word magi is similar to magician and magic. And Daniel was a prophet to the Zoroastrian people. He was over there. And the Zoroastrian religion predates Judaism and Christianity. But it's not Abrahamic, but it's connected with our religion. Is a bundle of twigs that was used during the religious ceremonies, while the brasum is not a wand itself. It was used for the divination purposes and may be form a prototypical wand from which later magical wands descended. I don't know about that. It's possible. I'll have to look into that about the because it predates. I think it predated that, but it's like I think the Zoroastrians. It's modern day Iran, so it would be the Ishmaelites, and the Zoroastrians were the ones that visited Jesus, the three wise men, the Magi. And I'll talk more about the Zoroastrian after I talk about this. Then we'll go to Merlin. The concept of magic wands was used by ancient Greek writer Homer in the epic poem The Iliad and the Odyssey. In all cases, Homer uses the word rahabados, which means rod, and implies something that is thicker than the modern conceptation of a wand. In those books, Homer wrote the magic wands were used by three different gods, namely Hermes, Athena, and Circe. In the Iliad, Homer wrote that Hermes generally used this magic wand, Caduceus, to make people sleep and wake up. In the Odyssey, Homer wrote that Athena used her magic wand to make Odysseus old and then young again, and Circe used her magic wand to turn Odysseus's men into pigs. So you see it has like shape shifting properties to it. These wands. Okay, Sarah, understood. Understood. By the first century AD, the wand was common symbol of magic and Roman cults, especially Mithraism. Mithraism. The 3rd and 4th century, there are frequent depictions of on the sarcophagi of Jesus Christ, according to one opinion, using a magic wand to perform miracles such as raising Lazarus and feeding the multitude. Other scholars disagree with that, claiming these objects are staffs, since images of Christ with it appear alongside images of Moses performing miracles with a staff. Now, if Jesus did use a wand, which he didn't need a wand, See, he was using the magical stuff for something good. Or if we pray about something and some miracle happens, that's also magic. We're using that too, but we're using it with God's permission. Jesus used it on his own permission, with his Father's consent as well, but they are one. So it's basically the same person. And so basically, but the other people, it's like, say, you're using uranium, or if you're using some, like a nuclear or radioactive thing, but we're using it safely. People that don't are not using it without God are using it unsafely. And this is the goddess Circe, a depiction of her with the wine. And that's where the word circle comes from. Wands were introduced into the occult via the 13th century Latin Gimore, oath-bound book of Honorius. The wand idea from the book Honorius, along with various other ideas from that Grimoire, were later incorporated into the 6th century, the Key of Solomon. The Key of Solomon became popular among occultists for hundreds of years. In 1888, there was a publication of an English translation of the Key of Solomon. One of the founders, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which made the text of Key of Solomon available to Anglophone world. That 1888 version inspired Gerlard Gardner, creator of Wicca, incorporated the wand and various other ritual objects into Wicca. That's witchcraft, by the way. Oh, a sarcophagus. I know what that is. When I read the word, I didn't know it off the bat. Sarcophagi. Yeah, thank you, Stranded. I know the word, but I didn't know it when I read it. Hola, Senor DJ. Okay, breaking news. Pentagon resides plea deal to 9/11 hijackers. Rekins, rather. Alright. Hold on a moment. Plea deal revoked. Well, okay. I mean, we had something else on the table. Thank you, SE, reporter SE. Sarcophagus. One is plural, the other is singular. Not exactly sure which is which. I think sarcophagi is plural. Okay, thank you. Alright, so the plea deal with the terrorists were revoked, thankfully. Yeah. Shout out to SE. The creators of the golden. Yeah, okay. So, Solomon. And the Seal of Solomon, which has to do with Renaissance magic. But as I said, the Star of David and the Seal of Solomon, that stuff was used by God, given to Solomon and King David to guard themselves and protection and stuff like that. And Solomon was given permission to use the Watchers to build the temple. And also, basically, so it's not bad that Solomon and King David had it. They use it for something from God. But these occultists are using the symbols for magic purposes, and that is not from God, so they're using it for the interdimensional beings. So here's the thing here, that like Solomon and King David used it for a godly reason. These people are using it for an ungodly reason. SC reporter on the street first with the news. And also they talk about using these, the Harmonic Order, the more commonly Golden Dawn, was a secret society devoted to the study of practice of occult, Hemerism, and metaphysics during the late 19th century. And uses several different types of wands, different purposes, the most prominent of which are fire wand. And in witchcraft, they do these things where they'll use these cards and they'll use these different things. And this, as I said, has to do with those interdimensional beings, the fallen watchers, that gave humans these things. And it's bad. It's not good for humans to indulge in these type of activities. So that is the thing about the wand. All right. Merlin is a mythological figure prominently featured in the legend of King Arthur, best known as a magician, with several other main roles. The familiar depiction of Merlin, based on the amalgamation of historic and legendary figures, was introduced by the 12th century British pseudo-historical author Gorfey of Monmouth, and then built up by the French poet Robert de Boron and prose successor in the 13th century. Gorfey seems to have combined earlier Welsh tales of Myrddin and Ambrosius, two legendary Briton prophets with no connection to Arthur, to form the composite figure that is called Merlinius Ambrosius. His rendering of the character became immediately popular, especially in Wales. Later chronicles and romance writers in France and elsewhere explain the account, produced a fuller, more multi-faceted image, created one of the most important figures in the imagination of literature in the Middle Ages. And looking at what these figures were, Merlin Wilt is a figure in medieval Welsh legend. He is accounted chief bard, speaker of several poems, and he was kind of like a wild man. Ambrosius was a leader of the Romano-British who won an important battle against the Anglo-Saxons in the 5th century, according to Gildas. He appeared independently in the legends of Britons. And thank you, Stranded. Thank you. And in my opinion, it is a legend, and it may have been something made up, but I believe Merlin was a real figure. But as I said, it's very difficult to, when something was that long ago, and Camelot was destroyed, and they didn't have iPhones and computers back then. It's like they can't really completely confidently prove it, but it seems like there was something there. And Stranded made a good point. Merlin wasn't actually an alchemist. Back then, alchemy was thought of as something akin to sorcery, dark magic, supernatural. Exactly, and alchemy is like modern chemistry. That's like what it is now. And like, say they're trying to make gold out of, just making up something, out of dirt, water, and some other chemicals mixed together, and you can make gold out of rocks. That's what they're trying to do. Okay, Essie, so magic has to do with... Hello, Lord Roan, good to see you. So basically, I think using like prayer and things from Christianity is the right way to go, and God does all that stuff for us, the magic stuff for us. But I think that a lot of the stuff you would have now and the practices, SC, that are there now, that would be something from the fallen angels, something, even if it's white magic, it's still two sides of the same coin. But I would say mysticism from the Abrahamic religions, I think that would be a better option, in my opinion. So I think it could be used for good or bad, but like, it's best to, I'd say, stay away from a lot of that stuff and stick to, the other practices, in my opinion. Lord Roan, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're able to come and spend some time with us. And today was a wild day, wasn't it? With the trials. And Stranded said, no, magic isn't good or bad. All magic is gray. It's how a person uses it. Yeah. And basically, as Stranded says, it isn't good or bad, because as I said, like in the character Merlin, for instance, he used his magical skills for something good. Because he was half demon and he used it for something good. But somebody could use it for something bad. So that's like my opinion about it. But there's certain dark arts and stuff like that are bad, as the Bible points out. But also at the same time, there's things that could be like more of a gray area, right? Because, like from a Christian perspective, God has a lot of stuff for us. And, so God does like the magic in a sense also. Right, exactly. Because a lot of things, it depends who's giving the power out. Hello, Primal Primal. It depends, like, what the intentions of it is and who is using it and where it's being sourced from. So I believe that, for instance, like God helped King David and he helped Solomon in magical ways. And also, but the Bible, it condemns like bad witchcraft and stuff like that. And arts from the fallen realm. Right. Good to see you, Primal Primal. Gorfy seems to have combined earlier Welsh tales. Yeah, I said that before. Merlin's traditional biography casts him as often a mad Camboyan born mortal woman and an incubus from which he inherits his supernatural powers and abilities. His most notable abilities commonly include prophecy and shapeshifting. Merlin matures to an ascent sagehood and engineers the birth of Arthur through magic intrigue. Later stories have Merlin as an advisor, mentor to the young king until his disappearance from the tale, leaving behind a series of prophecies foretelling events to come. A popular version from the French prose cycles tells Merlin being bewitched forever, sealed up or deleted by his student, Lady the Lake, after he fell in love with her. Other texts variously described him as his retirement, at times supernatural or deletion. Hello, Amanda. Good to see you. Amanda, I have good news. SC gave us the new scoop that the Pentagon canceled the plea deal with the terrorists. And I'm glad that they decided not to do the plea deal with them. And with magic, in my opinion, from a Christian perspective, it would have to make sure the magic isn't being sourced from the fallen entities, because they use a lot of magic and stuff comes from them, and a lot of people in the occultic type stuff, they use that stuff, and also, so it would be best for in the Christian realm to stick to the practices that are in there, because God does a lot of things for us, and it does, like with Merlin, he used his skills for something good and for God's cause, and at the same time, also, it could be a gray area. And like, the Bible is talking about the different sorcerers and witchcraft things that people were doing for nefarious purposes, because it was being aided by not God, but by fallen spirits. Right. So, as I said, that's a very complicated answer. Yeah, Lord Roan. And also, Amanda says, "Oh man, that's great news." Yeah, yeah. I'm glad too. I'm glad too. The name Merlin is derived from Brythonic name of the legendary bard Myridan, that Gorfy of Monmouth Latinized to Merlinus in his work Medievalist. Gaston Paris suggests that Gorfy chose the form Merlinus rather than the expected Merdinius to avoid resemblance to the Anglo-Norman word merd, from Latin merda, for feces. Merlin may also be an adjective, in which case he should be called the Merlin, from the French merle, meaning the blackbird. According to Martin Arul, the Latin form Merlinus is euphony of the Celtic from Myridan, bringing it closer to blackbird, Latin merlia, to which he could metaphors, though his shamanic his shamanic powers notably case Merlin's Irish counterpart because it originates from the Druids, like as I said, like the magic that was being used that Merlin had in his wand, and also he was like a Druid, which was these ancient Celtic priests I was talking about, and Jesus met them allegedly when he was very young, and they confirmed him. But also, a lot of this has like pagan origin and stuff like that. So that is a summary about Merlin, and the video is coming out about this. Okay, Primal Primal, feel better, and hope you be feeling better. And good night to you. Prayers to you. All right. And also, Amanda says hello to Sarah. She's listening right now, but she'll be back later. Like we pray about something and a miracle happens. That's like magic coming from God and His angels. But other people are using it for something not of God. So that, from a Christian perspective, wouldn't be good to do. Gorfy's composite Merlin is based mostly on North Brythonic poet and seer Myridan Wilt, that is, Myridan the Wild. Later influenced by Gorfy, Merlin's legend has parallels with Northern Welsh and Southern Scottish story of the mad prophet Lyle Oaken, probably the same as Merlin, son of Morfrin, mentioned in Welsh triads. An Irish tale, and Booley, weird names, Shu Ibini, an Irish tale of the wandering insane king. In Welsh poetry, Myridan was a bard driven mad after witnessing the horrors of war, who fled civilization to become a wild man of the wood. In the 6th century, he roams the Caledonian forest until cured of his madness by Keningern, also known as Saint Mungo. Gorfy had Myridan in mind when he wrote his earliest surviving work, Prophecies of Merlin, which he claimed were the actual words of the legendary poet, including some distinctively apocalyptic prophecies. For Gorfy, the 12th century, however, the work reveals little about Merlin's background. Right, and also, as I was saying, Gorfy was further inspired by Emery's, a character based in part of the 5th century historical figure of Romano-British war leader Ambrosius Alernius, also known as Myridan. When Gorfy included Merlin in his next work, he supplemented his characterization by attributing to Merlin stories concerning Arboreus, taken from his primary sources, the early 9th century, attributed to Nen Aeneas. In the latter account, was discovered when the king of the Britons, Vort Egern, attempted to erect a tower at Dinas, city of Emrys, more than once. The tower collapsed before the completion. Yeah, and basically we have so that is that was briefly about Merlin for now, and I'll get into more of that time in the future. And also the videos coming out about this. And, from the Christian perspective, these other gods are fallen angels disguised as gods, and they're really false gods. But when they came here to the humans, they were disguising themselves as like Odin or Zeus and things like that. And then they now appear to people as aliens and stuff like that, in my opinion. And then you have this thing as time goes on, they appear to people as different things. Like, for instance, the Lady of the Lake is like a fairy. These fairy people, and that's similar to some of the orbs and stuff like that. And then you have the thing with the Roman goddesses and stuff and her association with that. And that's my opinion about those things. And Merlin, he was like a seer. Yes, I know about that. I'm interested in Nordic mythology and stuff like that, Lord Roan. I don't believe in the religion, but I've studied a lot about it. And I'm part Nordic as well. And also, yes, Merlin was like a seer, yes. But Merlin, he used it for a Christian cause instead of the other, like more of a pagan cause. But a lot of the stuff he did was a pagan origin, like the Druids and stuff like that. And also, like magic is kind of a gray area. Like Merlin kind of used it for something good, and people could use it for good or bad. But usually, from the Christian perspective, that if it doesn't come from God, even if it's something good, it's something that comes from the realm of the fallen beings. And also, as my spaceship, sometimes the fallen fuel doesn't always work right and have to refuel it. And basically, we have, like, for instance, it said, like it was saying in, like, Deuteronomy, it was saying, let not one be found among you who consigns a son or daughter to fire, or who is an augur, a soothsayer, a diviner, a sorcerer, one who casts spells, or one who consults the ghosts of familiar spirits, or one who inquires of the dead. So it's talking about, like, necromancy, like communicating with the fallen, those that have passed away. And also people that cast spells and the sorcery, because it was something that wasn't directly from God, it was from the fallen realm, and so it could be used for good or bad. But if it doesn't come from God himself, from a Christian perspective, it's something not good. But as I said, Merlin used whatever he did for something good, for a Christian cause, and there's a lot of symbolism from paganism, from certain parts of the church that are used for good. So it is a gray area, I do agree with that. But also a lot of the practices are originated not from what God intended humans to use, from a Christian perspective, of course. So that is a summary about that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to the news part of this, where we'll talk about the 9/11 thing. All right. Thank you all for sitting through that little rant of mine. Hello, Rulia. Good to see you. And Rulia, I was just talking a little bit about the Ladies of the Lake and Merlin and how, like, some of the Celtic mythology about the origins of some of the fairy, of those, like, the lake fairies and stuff like that. And there's a Morgan, but it's not the same Morgan that you're named after. It was another one that had to do with water. All right, I'm gonna read the new thing about the update. Yeah, Lord Roan, that's very funny. Very funny. Defense Secretary abruptly revokes plea deal with alleged 9/11 mastermind KSM and co-conspirators. And also, Lord Roan, I want to let you know. Now, as I said, I'm a Christian, but I like the stuff from Norse mythology. As I said, I think it's interesting, and I'm related to it like you are. And because, I'm British from my dad's side, and I'm related to some of the Viking raiders. And also, I have a Thor necklace. So, and I do talk about the Norse mythology on here too. For like I don't, as I said, I don't believe in the religion, but I talk about it in my studies and say my opinions about it. Yeah. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing to learn about. And also now what I'm doing is I'm going to talk about the 9/11 thing. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin abruptly revoked the plea deal for the alleged mastermind of the September 11, 2001 terror attacks and his co-conspirators. He relieved the overseer in charge after years of effort to reach an agreement to bring the case to a close. Thank you, Lord Roan. Thank you. And shout out to you, Lord Roan, and I'm glad that you're here of having a conversation with us. In a surprise memo quietly released Friday night, Austin said the responsibility for such a significant decision should. In surprise memo quietly released Friday night, Austin said the responsibility for such a significant decision should rest with me. Only 2 days earlier, the Pentagon announced that it had reached a plea deal with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, more commonly known as KSM, and two other defendants. Walid bin Atash, he's one of Amanda. Walid bin Atash is one of the co-defendants, and Hawasi is another one. And also, Lord Roan, I like a band called, I'm probably saying it wrong. I have to look it up, but I'm sure you've heard of it from the Viking series. There's this, they do Norse folk music from the paganism and stuff, and I listen to it a lot, like especially when I was younger, and I really like it. It's very peaceful, or very nice, and so it's very cool. And also, yeah, shout out to all of you and really and everybody here. And we'll read this other paragraph and have something else to say. The memo addressed to Suzanne Escaler, the conveying authority of the military commissions who runs the military courts at Guantanamo Bay said the defense secretary would immediately withdraw her attorney authority in the cases and reverse such an attorney to himself. Austin said that he was withdrawing from the three pre-agreements which had taken the death penalty off the table for the three men. All right, and also got a special announcement. So, Peach says hello. So, Sarah in chat, Peach says hello. And also, she wants the prayers to keep coming. And she's thankful for the prayers about the situation, Sarah and everybody else. And Lord Roan, it's one of one of our chat friends is Peach, by the way. And so that's an update, Sarah, for you. She's watching it, and she says hello. Okay. Anyway, Austin said that he was withdrawing from the three pre-trial agreements, which had taken the deletion penalty off the table for the three men. And Sarah and Stranded say hello to you, Peach. Oh yeah, I love the Viking show. Prosecutors in the case had been discussing the possibility of a plea deal for more than 2 years, which would have avoided a lengthy trial complicated by questions over the admissibility of the evidence obtained during the torture. After beginning the negotiations in March 2022, the pretrial agreement announced Wednesday would have seen KSM and his co-defendants sentenced to prison in exchange for the pleading guilty to all charges, including conspiracy and the murder of the 2,976 people listed in the charging sheet. And Sarah says to Peach, you got it, Peach. The Holy Spirit has you. In 2008, Muhammad was charged with a list of crimes including conspiracy, deletion, violation of the law of war, attacking civilian objects, intentionally causing serious bodily injury, destruction of property, and violation of the law of war and terrorism, and material support of terrorism. The U.S. had said it would seek the death penalty for Muhammad. Yeah, the families are very upset about this. It's like these people, you had people that were jumping from buildings. You had people that were being deleted and set on fire. And people that were, little kids. It's graphic. Little kids that were in the planes going to Disneyland. And all that just got wiped out in a blink of an eye. It is a grip of charges. And Lord Roan, this would be a very interesting trial to see. Yeah, right, Sarah. We don't have any cool shows anymore, exactly. Stranded said, guy at work said he thinks they gave him a plea deal so they wouldn't testify on things that might implicate that the... Right. Exactly. In 2008, Muhammad was charged with a list of crimes including conspiracy, deletion, violation of the law of war, attacking civilians, attacking civilian objects, intentionally causing serious bodily injury, destruction of property, and violation of the law of war and terrorism, and martial support terrorism is charged again U.S. had said it would seek the deletion penalty for him, but the military trial against Muhammad and his alleged co-conspirators was delayed for years as the U.S. tried to determine how to handle the issue of torture against Muhammad and other secret CIA prisons in the 2000s. The trial was set to begin on January 11, 2021, but delays brought about the resignation of the two judges, and the coronavirus pandemic pushed the date back. Yes, exactly, Lord Roan. The plea deal announcement promoted a fierce backlash, including both from sides of the political aisle and some groups representing 9/11 victims who had pushed for the U.S. government to pursue the deletion penalty for the worst attacks on U.S. soil since Pearl Harbor. So that is really something. I'm glad, thank God, that they didn't give them the plea deal. You know, they didn't give all the victims of 9/11 a plea deal. But you remember, is a 9/11 the Al Qaeda organization? They believed that America is very sinful and it does things that are bad, but like these people took it to an extreme. So basically, what happened was they put us under a judgment and said America had to be terrorized for like sins and stuff. But as I said, there's ambiguity around what their motives were really, because there's all kinds of different sources that say different things. But overall, it had to do with us, with Israel, and us with our country doing things that they feel was sinful. But what they were doing was also bad. It was actually way worse than anything we were doing as well. I mean, it's like I don't do this to people if they don't agree with my religious beliefs. Not saying all people in that religion do that, but I think that it's like basically you got to, like, I think love and kindness, and also saying boundaries. Like, say if I disagree with this or that, it's good to have boundaries and things you disagree with, but also being kind to your neighbor, whoever that person is. And like, I'm not like these kind of people that would do these things, and a lot of people that like, also there's Muslims that are not like this, obviously, of course, but basically the little group of people that think like this, I think is absolutely, they're the monster that they're accusing other people of being, in my opinion. Deletion, you can say execution. And Shranid says, I was watching the news live after the first tower. At the time, they thought there was a malfunction in the plane. I saw the second plane behind the reporter turn and knew instantly what was happening. And Sarah says, I was in on a mill base that day. All I will say is they knew it was going down. IRC chat was lit with talk of that and that. Right, when you start to bring harm to other people, that is what's taking it too far. And Sarah says, yeah, the coronavirus, COVID, always the helpful tool for the distraction. And I think that there is neglect with this situation, because from what my research, in my opinion, the CIA knew that they were trying to plan something, but they didn't try to stop it. Similar to the assassination attempt on Trump, it's like it seems like they knew something was going to happen, but they didn't do anything. So it's kind of suspicious about, you know, what they know and don't know about these topics. Oh yeah, absolutely, Sarah. And SC, very frightening. SC says, I went to New York the next New Year's Eve, and they put up the platform there. It was freezing, and it was crazy looking at it. Well, and also, people may have, at some point, people thought that there could have been, like, when you're first hearing this information's coming out, people could have thought that, you know, a bomb was going off inside of it and things like that. And these planes were really big, bigger than they were back in the 60s and 70s when this thing was constructed, and it slammed into it as hard as it could, and it held up for quite a while, and it fell. And whatever the truth is about it, things about it we're not being told. And SC, that's wild that you got to see that up close. Okay, okay. So also we're gonna talk about the trial today, Gregor, the sentence. All right, so Roan and I, today, him and I were over watching this trial live, and and he's in chat, and we're going to be talking about this in a moment. Okay, the dad from the treadmill trial. The dad from the treadmill trial was sentenced today for what he did. So, and as I said, Roan, him and I were there today, so we're going to talk about it. I talked about it earlier, but I'm going to talk about it again, and it's cool to have one of the peeps here from the trial chat. Yes, yes, they were, Lord Roan. Yes, Lord Roan, they were, absolutely. Absolutely, they're very emotional. And New Jersey father Christopher Gregor received a 25-year prison sentence Friday for the manslaughter and endangerment of a 6-year-old son, Corey Miss Olio. Judge Guy P. Ryan sentenced Gregor to 20 years for the manslaughter and 5 years for endangerment. Gregor must serve the sentence consecutively, meaning he must serve the endangerment sentence before the clock starts for his time on the manslaughter sentence for a total of 25 years. Prosecutors had asked for the maximum possible sentence of 40 years, but Gregor's limited criminal history made him ineligible, Ryan said. The ruling came after a 4-week trial and nearly three and a half years since Corey's April 2021 death. A jury found Gregor guilty of child endangerment, manslaughter in May after hearing evidence that Gregor forced Corey to perform abusive treadmill workouts. The lead told the boy's death. Yes, you said that earlier, Lord Roan, because like chat was angry, and I was triggered too. But I understood he didn't meet the qualifications or whatever they're saying for the maximum sentence. But I wish it could have been done. But like what you're saying, Lord Roan, that 25 years is a long time. You're right. You're right, and it's good he got that. And also, I think that basically it was wild today, and I was triggered about it, and a lot of people, other people were very emotional. The emotions were high, yes. And recently, Lord Roan, we saw the ballerina case, how she was also found guilty for what she did, and we had to wait for a while for the verdict to come in. Yeah, so the sentencing was very interesting today. The ruling came after a 4-week trial. I said that before, okay. Addressing the judge in the court ahead of the sentencing Friday, Gregor said his actions were inexcusable but denied responsibility for his son's death. And Lord Roan, he was concerned about his injured ankle. That's all he was really concerned about. And he's a man. He's all grown up and he's a man and all, but he's worried about his ankle. And he's not worried about what he did. And he was talking about, look at his whole life, not just a part of it. But bro, if you delete your own son, that's a really, really big thing to delete your own son like that. Wow. And the abuse to be so stone cold about it, that's very strange. All right? I mean, to delete a whole person, that's wild. Yes, Lord Roan continues. Well, he will do 85% if he doesn't get written up. Oh yeah, ballerina, I was at work when the verdict came in. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see you there. But it was guilty, as you know. But yeah, and basically, it would be nice if he got more time, in my opinion. I would like, as I said, I wish he could have gotten the maximum sentence or the execution. That would have been great, in my opinion. Like, he should have had there should have been an exception, in my opinion. I understand the law is there, but there should have been an exception, in my opinion. Stranded said, let me be the judge on that. I'm going to say about that. Oh yeah, Stranded, you would throw the books down. SC, understood, that's okay. And he said, Christopher said, I did nothing to cause Corey's passing. Gregor said, I didn't hurt my son. I loved him, and I still do. I regret not bringing him to the hospital sooner. I didn't know how sick he was. I didn't know. I just thought he was tired. Yeah, 40 years would have been the maximum. Right. And also Corey's mother, Brianna, rejected Gregor's comments during her own statement, calling him a monster who made her life an absolute living nightmare. Are you that crazy that you convinced yourself you didn't do this? Miss McOnilo asked through tears. She said, I hate you and I will never forgive you. Gregor met Miss Celio when she was 15 and he was 21. She said in court Friday, the two shared custody of Corey but weren't together and lived separately at the time of his deletion. Miss Olio said she reported suspected abuse toward her son more than 100 times over 18 months, but didn't receive the help she and her family needed. The boy's grandma and his mother's side said Corey knew he was going to be deleted. The Sunday before his death, she undressed him for a bath and said he was covered in bruises and various states of healing. Later he asked, "Hey grandma, does God see what my daddy does to me?" I told him, "God sees everything," she said. His voice got very low and he said, "Why doesn't he help me?" And also, there's a lot of evil people in the world. And basically, it is very unfortunate that this happened. And yeah, this is him. He has the smug look on his face. And also, what happened with him, he was very abusive, and he's crazy, and his son's with the Lord now. And sometimes bad things happen, and there's evil people in the world, but nobody escapes God's wrath. I remember there was this incident where this person was talking about this near-death experience, and he saw hell, and he saw people there from different time periods, from all these different, like Merlin's time period, from like the 1920s, or from the pirate era, and they were everything they did to other people, these bad people, was being mented back onto them. Like he saw in these cubes, like it was like you say you have like a hallway of these giant bookcases, and they all have cubes in them, and that's basically what the person saw. And he had near-death experience from when he drank some bad water from Mexico, and I believe, and people may not believe Christianity or whatever they believe in karma, whatever it is. I believe that what goes around comes around. In this life or the next, justice complete will be served onto this guy for what he did. And Stranded said the system failed this child and are still failing him. I agree. And, his son has a great reward in heaven. And no one can hurt him where he is now. And also sometimes God allows things to happen. And then God can always turn things around and make something horrible into something good. And he could, people could come together. And also sometimes, like the Titanic sinking, people can see that there needed something to be done. Like there needed something to be done with all those ships, because they didn't have enough lifeboats. The ships needed to be closer and be able to hear another ship's call and be close enough to help a ship. That was a need. The Titanic didn't sink. Maybe ships today wouldn't be as safe. So, basically, I think that that sometimes these things happen. Also, we live in a fallen, corrupted world where bad things happen. And also, there's no light without dark. And I think that this is a wake-up call to see being aware of abusive people and the signs where a child or somebody may be being abused, and also that the system we have may need some reform and exceptions in certain situations. And I saw it was 16,000 people in that chat. Those people that came together from different religions, that came together from different beliefs, all came together united in that dark situation for Corey. And I think it's positive, and that's what I like about the trial chat, where all these different people that could have been enemies could come together and have peace with each other. And also, and that's what I like about it, different political views to different religions, because we could use that to divide people. You could be divided by religious views or this or that, and with this, it's good that people could be united under a cause. And sometimes things don't make sense looking forward, especially in this dark situation. But a lot of times things make sense when you look back. And I believe in the future. I'm optimistic that true justice in this case will be served in this life or the next. And there could be something good that could come out of this situation if we learn to reform the system, or we can detect abuse better. I believe that there positive things will happen in the future, in my opinion. And Stranded says, look at the evil in his eyes. Yes, I agree. Stranded said, bro, drink water in Mexico. Dude was having a serious trip. Absolutely, Stranded. And I believe that those kind of things can cause people to see other dimensions and other realms. And he was poisoned, and so he was tripping, and also he was he was also being deleted at the same time, and he had to be revived. And he accidentally drank the water. It wasn't intentional. But yes, I do agree. Yes, and basically, like, he saw the demons in hell. Like, first he went down into this like tunnel thing, and one of them was talking to him. It was like a reptilian type thing with a hood on his head. It was a serious trip for sure. And basically, he was falling out the sky, and then he was in this plain, this like a desert. And then they went right by the horizon, which doesn't make sense. And then the demon, like, it opened up the curtains, and it was this big place where you had all these cubes lined up. He even saw Hitler there, and Hitler was burning in a cube, and he turned into a skeleton. Then he came back, because what happens is they will be ripped up, and then they come back in their human form. And it just happens over and over forever. And there's other people with near-death experiences like that. But as I said, Trent, I do agree it's a trip for sure. And Lord Roan says, so to my stupid calculations, Gregor will probably spend 18 years in prison with good behavior. Yeah, Lord Roan, that is very cringe. I agree. And also, Lord Roan, I'm going to make you a mod. That's what I want you to be on here. All right. And also, you see the evil in his eyes. And another thing on here, you have this smirk on his face. Like, what is he smiling about? Is he smiling about what the gift Bubba's going to give him in a little while? Is he happy about that? It's so cringe. Yeah, so this guy was absolutely, evil. Absolutely evil. And it was a very emotional testimony by the grandmother. And she was, yeah, and SC is like, don't drink the water. So what happened was, but by the way, yeah, people are very emotional. And they're emotional about the testimony with what was going on with the grandmother and the mother, and it was very heartbreaking, very heart-wrenching. And also, so yeah, the guy, he was a construction worker, and he was by the Mexico border, and somebody had water, and it was from Mexico, and he didn't know it, and he got cholera, and then he was in his house, and then he collapsed, and he like floated out his body and looked over his body, and then he went into this other place, and he was calling for Jesus the whole time, and at the end, a hand came and reached out and picked him up, and he came back to life in the hospital. And then he was an atheist, but then he became a Christian after that event. But as I said, I do believe in the supernatural and the spiritual realm, but I do understand at the same time that it's best not to drink the water, especially water from Mars. If it's not treated right, you're going to go into the ninth dimension. Oh yeah, it's absolutely sad. It's horrible. So yeah, that's the kid right there. Shout out to 49 views. Awesome. Yeah, reminds me the time I did DMT. Yeah, that'll certainly do it, Lord Roan. Yeah. Because in my opinion, I believe the psychedelics and stuff, even like the spiritualists and stuff in the different religions, they will go and it brings them to the other dimension, the other. Cause I talk about interdimensional beings, and like say Odin or Thor, those type of beings, and it brings the person into those other dimensions, and you see these different realms and things like that. So that is, and then those drugs and things will definitely bring one to those dimensions. Yes. Now, in my spaceship in this realm is the only trip I need. I feel like I'm tripping when I watch a bunch of possums get together and chase each other around the yard and in slow motion, and they have like they hiss like, and they just open their mouth, but they think like they're in like, they think they're Rambo or something, but they're just cute little possums. And also the cat WrestleMania, that's a tripping for me. Yes, Essie. So basically, the person, he was an atheist, and like, so he was, in a sense, his spirit was leaving his body and he was going into the afterlife, and that's where he was going to end up, in that place. And he saw a cube where he was going to go into, and it was a dentist chair, and the demons were kind of inviting him in, and he didn't want to go in there. And then Jesus saved him, but he was like an atheist. And then he was there, he said, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. He kept saying it while he was in this place. He saw a ship, and a person was being whipped. But it was a person, this guy had a sailing ship, and he was mean to his people when he had a sailing ship, like back in the pirate era, and then all that stuff was being mented back to him. And there was a person he saw that was a child, like somebody like this guy right here we're talking about, and he said that he saw a giant snake devour the person, and then these other demons were jealous, so he spit the person out, and then they all start going on him and ripping him to pieces. So that's what this guy, when he gets deleted, when he dies, he's going to be devoured by a giant snake, and he's going to be ripped up over and over again for what he did. So he'll get justice in the afterlife forever. Yeah, Lord Roan, absolutely. And also, basically, yeah, the possum, yeah. And then, and there's more WrestleMania coming out. I made a lot of videos about that stuff, of the cats doing that, and there's more to come out. And yeah, Essie, and he saw people there with names, but he didn't say the names, but he only said Hitler because everyone knows who that is, and no one would like him. So there are people that like him, but basically he's seen as somebody did something bad. But the dictators, the people that, like the communists, all those people like that did stuff like that. And I can, as I said, it's on YouTube. The video's on YouTube, and I have to go back and search for it, and send it to y'all. It's a good thing to watch, and it's a really epic trip the guy had. And then there was this like situation that one of the cubes, it had like a woman that was worshiping the earth, and then these people were dancing with her and frolicking with her, and what happened was they turned into what they really were, these creatures, and they threw a rock at her and said, "You think this rock's going to save you? No one's going to save you now." And they just, like a bunch of piranhas, and just devoured the person in these cubes. And he was about to go into one, but he called for Jesus and he was saved. And then he was in a hospital, and he asked the guy, was he in a cube? He said he was not in a cube. And there was this other situation where this little boy, like Corey, he had a near-death experience, and he saw Jesus, and he saw his sister that was not born because of a miscarriage. And he wouldn't have known about it, but he saw her in heaven. And also he met his grandfather, and he was not an old man, he was a young man. And he said he saw Jesus, and this woman also this girl painted Jesus, a picture of Jesus she saw, and it's a movie called Heaven is for Real, and I recommend it. And basically, it's like it's very nice, and for instance, this is the so you get the picture up. Let's see, wrong thing right here. Okay, here we go. So this is the painting the girl painted of Jesus, and this is the same Jesus that was seen by Colton was his name. And this face matches the Shroud of Turin and the other depictions of Jesus, which I find very interesting. And he certainly, yeah, he looks like he'd be from the Mediterranean. I could see it. And like his face matches the other depictions of Jesus, and say the Shroud of Turin as a comparison. And this is the Shroud of Turin, and that's Jesus. And his face matches the Shroud of Turin. And also we know from Norse mythology, which I like to talk about a lot, Lord Roan, is there's a heaven and hell in Norse mythology. And it's very similar. It's a Christianity. And also there's Helvagen. It's called Helvagen. And there's Valhalla, as you know, the great mead halls, and where you drink ale from curved horns. Yes, at that place. And it's very similar. Like, we have very similar beliefs. And basically, in the Viking tradition, Valhalla is where the Viking warriors would go after they passed away, and they would have these great mead halls, and they would have these battles and conflicts in a heavenly way. It was like a thing that was positive for them. And there's also an underworld where there would be punishment for the bad people. So as I said, the religions are very similar, and they mirror each other. And we have the Valhalla from Norse mythology. Yeah, and this is Valhalla, the place of... This is the mead halls. Right here. Where they would go and do their thing. It's very similar to like a heavenly type place. And when I was growing up, I listened to a lot of Scandinavian metal, the Viking metal. And that's how I learned a lot about it, besides the Viking series that I like to watch. And basically, it's it's this peaceful place. Yes, awesome. And that is a very nice place, to go. Yeah, yes, absolutely. Yeah, a bar stool in Valhalla, yes. And I remember that, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, the Viking metal from Sweden. And you're like Shores in Flames, Nordland. The Nordland's a very good album. That was very well done. And also I like The Ring of Gold. That was a very good song he did. And the Elves, and all very, very good. He was a lot like the Beatles. And as I said, a very, very fascinating Germanic heritage. So I'll explain to you all a little bit about Valhalla in the mythology. It's very similar to heaven. In Norse mythology, it is described as a majestic hall located in Asgard and presided over by the god Odin. Half of those who die in combat enter Valhalla, while the other half are chosen by the goddess Freyja to reside in, I may not be saying this correctly, Folk Vangurn. The masses of those deleted in combat, known as Einherjar, along with various legendary Germanic heroes and kings, live in Valhalla until Ragnarok, when they will march out of its many doors to fight in aid of Odin against Jortnar. Very similar. It sounds very similar to the fight between when there's 1,000 years in heaven and there will be a final battle between God and Satan. It's very similar. They'll have to march out of Valhalla and fight that. Very similar. And Valhalla is attested in the Poetic Edda, compiled in the 13th century from the earliest tradition sources in the Prose Edda, written in the 13th century. Also written in the 13th century by Snorri Sturluson, and a standardized of an anonymous 10th century poem commemorating the death of Eric Bodax, known as Eriskmal. Oh yes, SE, absolutely. As compiled Fargriskina. Valhalla inspired innumerable works of art, publication titles, and elements of popular culture, is synonymous with a material or otherwise hall of the chosen dead. The name is rendered in modern Scandinavian languages as Valhall in Icelandic, while Swedish and Norwegian from Valhall, Far Osi, and Valhall, in Danish Valhall. Okay, Stranded. Good night. God bless you. Thank you for coming. And the Nordic people, they were in northern India, the Germanic people at some point, and they migrated into Europe. And also, Lord Roan, the tree of life is very similar to the chakras. And also, it's very similar to the chakras in in Hinduism, and also the tree of life. Because when I saw the tree of life, it looked like the chakras. I've done meditations and stuff before. Lord Roan says Christianity and Odinists lived a very symbiotic relationship once upon a time. Oh yeah, yes. And also, Amanda Thomas says good night, Stranded. In etymology, the modern English noun Valhalla derives from Old Norse Valhall, and it means non-valor, the slain, feminine hall. So the slain that go to the hall. And I think that, it's very interesting to see the different language and the different meanings it had in the languages. I like how they put those two things together. The second element, hull, is common Old Norse noun, is cognate of the modern English hull, and offers the same meaning, both developed in Proto-Germanic exolo, hollow, meaning covered place, hull, from the Proto-Indo-European roots, and physiologists such as Carvit Watkins note the same Indo-European roots produced Old Norse hell, a proper noun employed by both name of another afterlife location, supernatural female entity, as its overseer, as well as the modern English noun hell. You see, it has similar meaning. It's like hell, like the one we know about. Okay, okay, Amanda, thank you. Thank you for letting me know, and glad she's all tucked in, and you took a shower and all that's good. Well, thank you for coming back and telling us hello. My bad, Alien. I just got back. Ava fell asleep, and I took a shower a while. It's all good. It's been very hot lately. Yeah, facts, Lord Ron. Yes. And Also is hell. It's very similar. A proper noun employed for both name of another afterlife location, supernatural female entity, overseer, as well as a modern English noun hell. Swedish folklore, some mountains traditionally regarded as abades of the dead were also located in Valhalla, according to researchers. Elements and Hellvegan means the path to hell, by the way. Oh yeah, I bet it is. And we got a similar afterlife situation. So when I'm talking about this place, hell and heaven, that I'm referring to, it's very similar to what these Christian accounts, these Christian and non-Christian near-death experiences. Even in Old Norse mythology, they talk about these things, these places. These places are as old as like time itself. Have to drink some water. Yeah, it's getting my throat's getting a little bit scratchy. The proclaims Valhalla is the realm of Glowsmere. Odin describes Valhalla as a shining and golden, and it rises peacefully as seen from afar from Valhalla every day. Odin chooses from those deleted in combat. Valhalla has a spear shafts for rafters, a roof thatched with shields, coats of mail are strewn over its benches. A wolf hangs in front of the west doors. An eagle hovers above it. Yeah, shout out to Uncle Essie. Yeah, this is a depiction of Return to Valhalla. Yes, they grew up very fast, as Lorone said. I grew up very fast. Yeah, shout out to the young children. So was Helgi beside the chieftains, like the brighten glow, ash beside the thorn bush, and the young stag, drenched in dew, who surpasses all the other animals, and whose horns glow against the sky itself. Prose follows after this stanza, stating the burial mound, not mond but mound, was made for Helgi. After Helgi arrived in Valhalla, he was asked by Odin to manage things with him in the stanza 39. Helgi, now in Valhalla, has his former enemy Hunding, also in Valhalla, do menial tasks, fetching footbaths for all the men there, kindling fire, tying dogs, keeping watch of horses, and feeding the pigs before he can get any sleep. In the stanza 40 and 42, Helgi returns Midgard from Valhalla with a host of men, an unnamed maid, Sigrun, Helgi's Valkyrie wife. Now, the Valkyries are very similar to the Lady of the Lake I was talking about, Lord Roan. So, when King Arthur fell in battle, he was brought to Avalon, which was similar to Valhalla. Avalon and Valhalla, heaven, those three places are like the same thing. And so the ladies of the lake were bringing him home. And also, the Valkyries bring the warriors home to Valhalla. Lord Roan says, "Oh, I remember this story from my grandmother." Oh, well, nice to have a nice throwback to this time of this nostalgia right here, because as I said, some of my ancestors, like, I'm related to the Vikings through the northern England and southern Scotland. When UNSC ancestors raided England and Ireland and stuff, That's how I'm related to y'all through the Nordic Viking people. So yeah, I'm one of the colonies of the Viking kingdom. So yeah, and that's cool that you got to hear this story. This YouTube channel grew really fast in a sense. Like I remember when it was little smaller, then it's bigger and bigger and bigger. So I can relate to it through my YouTube channel and my cat. But I'll have kids of my own in the future, and I'm glad for that at some point. And also, what I'm glad about is I'm glad that y'all raided England and the United Kingdom. I'm glad that I'm related to the Vikings. This stuff's really cool. And an unnamed maid from Sigrun, Helgi's Valkyrie wife, sees Helgi and his large host of men riding into the mound. The maid asks if she is experiencing a delusion, if Ragnarok is started, or if Helgi and his men were allowed to return. The following stanzas, Helgi responds, none of these things occurred, and so Sigrun's maid goes home to Sigrun. The maid tells Sigrun the burial mound is opened, and Sigrun go to Helgi there. Helgi asked her to come and tend his wounds after they opened and are bleeding. Sigrun goes into the mound and finds Helgi is drenched in gore. His hair is thick with frost. Filled with joy at the reunion, Sigrun kisses him before he can remove his coat of mail and asks how she can heal him. Sigrun makes a bed there, and the two sleep together in the enclosed burial mound. Helgi awakens, stating he must ride along the blood-red roads to set the pale horse to tread the path of the sky. In Revelations, they talk about a pale white horse, by the way. The return before the rooster, Salgrenor, crows. Helgi and the host of men ride away, and Sigrun and her servant go back to their prose narrative. The end of the poem relates to Sigrun gets deleted he gets deleted because of sadness, but the two are thought to be reborn as Helgi and Head Ingisk it. Oh yeah, Woodrun. I'm 26. And also, and my name's a Germanic name, Hansel, from my mom's side. Although my dad's side is Germanic blood in there too. My dad's theme, although my dad's from England, I'm also part Italian from that side, and they have like an Italian theme. Also, like they have some like Italian names and English names and stuff. The Germanic Viking stuff is there, but that was like a real long time ago. My mom's side is German, and also French and Italian and the Irish, Scottish, English. I'm related to pretty much all of Europe, even a little bit to Eastern Europe. So I could go on about it, but I'm related to all of Europe pretty much. I'm even related to Spain as well. It's different than like Mexico. Well, although there's people from Spain and Mexico, well, like people from Spain, they look like me, and they also could look like the also different shades. They could be also with darker skin too, as well, and various shades. But basically, you could have people from Spain that look like me, and so, as I said, it's very interesting, the heritage and stuff. That's something I'm very interested in. And your celery phone is dying. Lord Roan, that happens to me when I do the lives and stuff. I know what you mean. And also, Lord Roan, just to tell you something, yesterday I was telling Amanda about Star Wars because she's not familiar with Star Wars, so I was telling her all about Star Wars yesterday. So that's why I mentioned Star Wars in the title. I was telling her about the Death Star and Anakin and Darth Vader and all that stuff. So that was very, cool to talk about yesterday. Just to let you know what we were talking about before. Valhalla is the first mention in chapter 2 of the Prose Edda book. And yeah, so that is the story of Valhalla. Oh, I'm glad that you want to watch the movie, and you should. And there's many movies you can watch them in order. So remember, Amanda, the Star Wars. That's not what I meant to do. The Star Wars ones. All right, so the prequels are the newer ones from the early 2000s and the late 90s. Okay, Amanda? So the prequels are the ones recently, like Revenge of the Sith and stuff like that. Like the newer ones. And then the sequels are the ones from the 70s that Stranded and Sarah saw. And Lord Roan also would have seen as well. And also, so if you watch them in order, I'll tell you all the Star Wars movies. There are like 10 Star Wars movies. So they have all these different ones, and Revenge of the Sith, Force Awakens, Return of the Jedi, they have all these different ones. Now, Amanda, I will say that Star Wars is a lot like a horror movie. I know it's more of a sci-fi genre. I love horror movies too. That's what I like as well. But I also like sci-fi, obviously, and I think that Star Wars is a lot like a horror movie. As I said, like this was pretty much like a horror movie right here. Like Revenge of the Sith, that was a horror movie, pretty much. And basically, like, oh, it got sidetracked for a second. So yeah, so I think that's like very good with sci-fi and horror at the same time. A little bit different than what you're referring to, but yeah, absolutely. And then you have the, let's see. Yeah, that's the Emperor from Star Wars I was telling you about. It's pretty dark and spooky. Oh, yes, you agree. Okay, so you agree. It sounded that way when you were explaining them, Alien. Yes, absolutely. Especially in the newer one with Ahsoka, and when Obi-Wan and him were having the battle, and Darth Vader, he tells Obi-Wan something very creepy, and when he had like half his mask was like cut off, and like he was saying Anakin was gone, but he was the one that remains, and like it's referring to like Anakin deleted himself. Like Darth Vader and Anakin are two different people in the same person, and Darth Vader deleted Anakin. So it's kind of creepy, and it's like a borderline personality disorder. It's like a person with two different personalities. Oh, I know, Amanda. I know. A watch party, maybe on another website at some point, will happen. But yes, it's unfortunate that YouTube has the rules it has. You see, that's pretty spooky, the way this guy looks. I remember, oh, we're talking about Jar Jar Binks. Yeah, and basically, so that, this is some of the, spooky parts in the movie. Alrighty. Okay, SC, thank you. Thank you. This is the one that came out in 2018, by the way. Yeah, so this was kind of like the wokish one. That was kind of cringe, by the way. But I saw it, and it was hard to not use the bathroom while watching it. All right. And then you have Hel in Norse mythology, the queen of the afterlife realm, Hel. In Norse mythology, she is the daughter of the god Loki and the giantess Angrabada, sister of Fenrir, the wolf Jungmungar, the world serpent. Although often referenced as a goddess, Hel more of a half goddess, and Jotun, an entity from Jotunheim, realm of the giants, kind of Nephilim. That's what she's connected to. Shout out to 55 views. Okay, here we go. So now we're going. I remember when I saw that movie. It was at like an old-fashioned movie theater, and my mom, Nary Toodles, and I were watching it, and it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, so go to the next thing. Let's see. Merlin Legends news, Star Wars game trial. Okay. Okay, well, here we go. Going to go now to the sharks. I don't even use Discord. Like, yeah, I don't really like use that. But like, if there's like an alien spaceship website, we could watch it on. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something pretty crazy, like an alien spaceship website. You have to reinvent the wheel sometimes. Otodus is an extinct. Then we're talking about sharks now, everybody. But we could still talk about other things. I'm just saying so y'all can know what I'm doing. We're going to be talking about this shark, a prehistoric shark. Otodus is an extinct cosmopolitan genus of mackerel shark which lived in the Paleocene of the Pliocene epoch. Otodus comes from ancient Greek, meaning ear, and odus meaning tooth. Thus, ear-shaped tooth, all species are known from their fossilized teeth, and four of them are also known from their fossilized vertebrae, vertebral centra. Like other Elomorpha branches, the skeleton of Otodus was composed of cartilage and not bone, resulting relatively few preserved skeletal structures appearing within the fossil record. The teeth of the shark are large with triangular crown, smooth cutting edges, and visible cusps on the roots. Some Otodus teeth also show signs of evolving serrations. Yeah, they will. Yeah, see, we'll do it one day. I'm not doing that right now. Well, I gotta take this thing down. Alright, so this is the remaining of the prehistoric shark jaw. And then those are some big teeth. Kind of like the Nephilim, 2 rows of teeth. Pretty wild. Yeah, right on, SE. Right on, SE. Alright, here you go. Hola, Latino. It's okay. Size estimation. The fossils of the Otodus sharks indicate that they were very large macropredatory sharks. The largest known teeth of Opquis measures about 104 meters, 4.1 inches in height. The vertebral centrum of the species are over 12.7 centimeters wide. Scientists suggest the obliquus would have measured about 8 to 9 meters, 26 to 30 feet long. Other species were much larger, with O. Acrotylus angustinens chubensis being estimated to have reached a maximum body lengths of 9.5 meters, 31 feet long, 11 to 12 meters, and 13.5 meters, respectively. The largest species, O. megalodon, was estimated to have reached a maximum body length of approximately 20.3 meters, 67 feet. That's a big shark. That's really big. That's a really big jaw. Wow, DJ. That's rough. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The fossils of Otodius sharks indicate that they were very large macropredatory sharks. The largest known teeth of Obliquus measures about 104 millimeters in height, and also they could be up to 67 feet. Growth and reproduction. Comparative studies of the centrum radii and growth rings on the vertebrae of Obliquus and the extant great white shark through X-rays have concluded that the size of the vertebrae at birth are similar, meaning that of the offspring of both species would have the same size between 1.1 at 1.6 meters, 5.2 feet in length. They also revealed that they grew at the same rate until reaching 10 years of age, during which O. obliquus would have become sexually mature and attain growth rate faster than that of an extant great white shark. A sexually mature individual, O. obliquus, would have measured about 4 meters, 13 feet long. Like the extant great white shark, it is likely that males could have reached sexual maturity earlier than females. Anguistines also have a faster growth rate than the extant great white shark, while O. acrotylius, an extant great white shark, had a similar growth rate. A megalodon had a much faster growth rate, nearly 2 times that of the extant great white, but likely had an extremely delayed sexual maturity based on the result of the study that slowing a sensation of the somatic growth in megalodon occurrence around 25 years of age, like contemporaneous sharks. At least 2 species of Otodius made use of the nursery areas to birth their young, in specifically warm water coastal environments with the large amounts of food, protection from predators. A possible reproduction area of O. obliquus has been discovered in Grantor Basin in Morocco. All right, so this is what this shark looks like, or like a reanimation of it. And you can see, like, it looks kind of like a. It's interesting. It's all gray. Who knows what its markings were like, but it's completely gray, and it's very big too. Look at the fins in the back. Wow. Yeah, very spooky. Otodus had a worldwide distribution of fossils have been excavated from Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, South America, Caribbean, and Australia. As he says, it is why Latina. He says that's why I don't like swimming in the beach. It's creepy to me. Oh yeah, they have some critters in there. Yeah. Otodus was likely the apex predator of its time and commonly preyed upon fish, sea turtles, cetaceans, and sirenids. I've not heard of these other things. Kind of like a sperm whale. DJ says if I go to the beach, I like it when there's a lot of other swimmers there because I feel like there's less of a chance I'll get bit. Yeah. I remember when I was in shallow water at the beach when I was a kid, and there's these little. I thought they were tiny sharks. These little tiny little things. It was these. It's kind of like that big, or it wasn't sharks. It was something, and they kind of swam by us and were kind of chilling with us in the water, and it was interesting. There is potential evidence that Otodus hunted raptorial sperm whales, or what's also called a calahoot. That's what a sperm whale is also called. A tooth belonging to an undermined 4 meter, 13-foot long prehistoric, closely resembling those of Acrophyster, discovered in Neutron Aurora phosphate mine. In North Carolina suggests that a megalodon or a Chubutensis may have aimed for the head of the sperm whale or the calahoot. In order to inflict a fatal bite, the resulting in attack leaving distinctive bite marks on the tooth, while scavenging behavior cannot be ruled out as a possibility. The placement of the bite marks is more consistent with the predatory attacks than feeding by scavenging, as a jaw is not particularly nutritious for an area sharks to feed or focus on. The fact that the bite marks were found on the tooth roots further suggest the shark broke the whale's jaw during the bite, suggesting the bite was extremely powerful. The fossil is also notable as stands as the first known instance of an antagonistic interaction between a sperm whale and a otodonatid shark recorded in the fossil record. It is widely believed that the genus originates from a lineage of sharks belonging to the genus Cretalamania. Due to strong similarities in the tooth morphology, scientists determined that Otodius evolved into the genus Caraturlis, given substantial fossil evidence in the form of a transitional teeth. Some teeth have been excavated from the sediments of Nanjemoy Formation in Maryland, USA, Ypres Clay, Belgium, and western Kazakhstan, which are metaphorically very similar to Otodius teeth, but with lightly severed cusplets and separate cut edges. These transitional fossils suggested a worldwide evolutionary event supported by the theory of Otodius eventually evolved into Otodius and thus initiated the Carchus lineage. More recent study demonstrates the possibility that Otodius needs to include the species sometimes assigned to Carchurlices in order to be monophyletic. So that's an interesting prehistoric shark. And these are the shark teeth. Shark teeth, shark teeth, shark teeth, shark teeth. Shark teeth, shark teeth, shark teeth. LOL. Yeah, those are some pretty shark teeth. Yeah, and basically, these shark teeth, as I said, very similar to the shark teeth I've seen on the beaches before, and I've had shark teeth necklaces like this. And also, yes, that's very cool. This is a cow shark. What? Cow shark. Yeah, shout out to all of y'all. We got 59 views. And also, my last stream, it has like, it's in the upper 70s. So that's really cool. The streams, I really appreciate all of y'all that watch them. And a lot of people, and ironically, Stockton Rush of all people made sense when he said something. I know it doesn't, I know that's far fetched, but I got you. Basically, with Stockton Rush, he was saying that he wanted to be an astronaut and explore space. And what happened was he knew he was never going to go to space, so he wanted to go underwater. And the thing is that he said that he wanted to go to these different planets and see the different space aliens and stuff. But he said it's all underwater. And he was right about that. He was right about that part. That you see these kind of creatures underwater. And he wanted it to be like Star Trek, where he could go and meet the different the different space creatures. But he got to meet the aliens underwater. There's so much underwater we don't know. The problem with Stockton Rush was he did not do it in a safe way and cause destruction to himself and other people. So that is why Stockton Rush is not, good. But he's right. Underwater, although I do believe in aliens, the interdimensional beings also, yes. But still, underwater, there's a lot of creatures to explore there. Done properly and safely, not how Stockton Rush did it. Cow sharks are a shark family of Het and Chinidae, characterized by an additional pair of gills slits. Its 37 species are placed within the 10 genera in these different phylums they have here. Glad, Ecertius, Hept, and Chias, Hexenchus, Note Edane Odon, Noto Rhine Chus, Patch Yet Hexenchus, Parahepteran Chis, Pseudo Nt Andius, Welcome Mea, and Welts Onia. One moment, I have to do something real quick. And SC says, and then they see all those UFOs landing in the ocean or seeing UFOs underwater around the ocean. Exactly, SC. Exactly. Absolutely, because down in the ocean, there's UFOs and UFO bases on the oceans. And I wouldn't be surprised they had something to do with the weird critters down there. And also, the Bible talks about how the Nephilim went with the aquatic creatures. So the fallen angels also, either they did it through a laboratory or they did it through other means as direct pre-production with them. They did have offspring with aquatic creatures like sharks and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's very possible. And I do believe that aliens have something to do with the oceans too, so it's also good to look down there as well. Their most distinctive feature, however, is the presence of a sixth and into Generia seventh gill slits, contrasted to the five found in all the other sharks. The first pair are not connected across the throat. They range from 1.4 to 1.55 meters, 4.6, 18 feet in adult body length. These cylindrical sharks have ventral mouth with comb-like teeth in lower jaw, smaller pointed teeth in upper jaw. They have a short, angular, spineless dorsal fin. The pelvic fins are smaller than the angular pectoral fins. The caudal fin has a notch towards the end. SC says, remember all the Navy ships and the Air Force jets seeing stuff on the ocean? Very interesting. SC, I do remember that. There's an incident where a lot of the people in the Navy and the Air Force, they were seeing a lot of these UFOs in the sky. They were seeing them in the water and by the water. Absolutely. Very true. These cylindrical sharks have a ventral mouth with compressed, comb-like teeth in the lower jaw. I read that. Okay. Cow sharks are ovoviparous, with the mother retaining the egg cases in her body until they hatch. They feed on relatively large fish of all kinds, including other sharks, as well as crustaceans, carrion. Fossil record. The only fossil record of the cow shark consists of mainly only isolated teeth, although skeletal remains for this species have been found from Jurassic time period. These have been very rare and have been found in the late Jurassic lithographic limestone of South Germany, Nusplingen, Solnhofen, and the late Cretaceous calcareous sediments of Lebanon. Due to these sparse records, some scientists conclude that the cow shark is now a more diverse and numerous species. This is the 6 gill openings. Wow. Okay, yeah. So yeah, these sharks look pretty crazy looking right here. These depictions of these prehistoric ones. The Loch Ness monster, effectively known as Nessie, is a mythological creature in Scottish folklore that is said to inhabit Loch Ness in the Scottish Highlands. It is often described as a large, long-necked with one or more humps protruding from the water. Popular interest and belief in the creature has varied since it was brought to worldwide attention in 1933. Evidence of this existence is anecdotal, with the number of disputed photographs and sonar readings. The scientific community explains the alleged sightings of Loch Ness as hoaxes, wishful thinking, and the misidentification of mundane objects. Pseudoscience and subculture and cryptozoology have placed particular emphasis on the creature. In August 33, the Courier pushed the account of George Spicer's alleged Oh, I know. Absolutely. They named Loch Ness Sir Humps a lot in the hood, yeah. Yep. In August 33, the Courier published the accounts of George Spicer's alleged sightings. Public interest skyrocketed, with countless letters being sent and detailing the different sightings, describing a monster fish, a sea serpent, or a dragon, with the full name ultimately settling on Loch Ness Monster. Since 1940s, the creature has been affectionately called Nessie. The earliest report of a monster in the vicinity of Loch Ness appears in the life of Saint Columba by Admenon, written in the 7th century AD. According to Admenon, writing about the century after the events, describing Irish monk Saint Columba. If you're listening, Sarah, where the Columbia was a word, it's a word in the occult. Columbia is used a lot in a lot of things. Was staying in the land of the Picts with his companions when he encountered local residents burying a man by the river Ness. They explained that the man was swimming in the river when he was attacked by a water beast that mauled him and dragged him underwater. Despite their attempts to rescue him by a boat, Columbia sent a follower of Negwin, Macumin, to swim across the river. The beast approached him, but Columbia made the sign of the cross, said, "Go no further, do not touch the man, go back at once." Back to keyboard. Yes, have been just finished. Okay, Sarah. Thanks. Okay, Sarah. So remember about like in the video we're talking in the video about the occult and the modern day. You know how these interdimensional beings are still doing the same stuff today. In the video, they talked about how Columbia was a very It was a very essential thing to these occultists. So this word Columba, Saint Columba, it's very similar to Columbia. It's okay, Sarah. I'm glad that you're here. It's not Columbia, but Columba. It's a very similar word. And the creature stopped as it had been pulled back with ropes, and fled. Columba's men and Picts gave thanks for what he perceived as a miracle. Believers in the monster point to the story set in the river Ness rather than on the loch itself as evidence for the creature's existence as early as the 6th century. Skeptics question the narrative's reliability, noting that water beast stories were extremely common in medieval hagiographs and Ad Amanas tale, probably recycling common motif attached to the local landmark. According to skeptics, Ad Omenen's story may be independent for the modern Loch Ness monster legend and became attached to the proximity and believers seeking to bolster their claims. Ronald Binns considered that this is the most serious of various alleged early sightings of the monster, but all other claimed sightings before 1933 are dubious. Do not prove a monster tradition before the date. Christopher Craney used specific historic and cultural analysis of Ad Anan to separate Adaman's story about Saint Columba from the modern myth of Loch Ness monster, but finds an earlier and culturally significant use of the Celtic water beast folklore along the way. In doing so, he also discredits any of the strong connections between the Kelpies, water horses, and the modern media argument, creating Loch Ness Monster. He also concludes that the story of St. Columba may have impacted by early Irish myths about Care Ranch and Io Fitis. Exactly, Sarah. Yes. Mackenzie, 1871 or 1872. In October 1871 or 72, Mackenzie Ballinen reportedly saw an object resembling a log or a upturned boat wriggling and crunching up the water, moving slowly at first before disappearing at a faster speed. The account was not published until 1934 when the Mackenzie sent his story in a later report gold. Shortly after, the popular interest in the monster increased. Alexander MacDonald. In 1888, Mason Alexander MacDonald of Abbrachin sighted a large, stubby-legged animal surfacing from the loch and propelling itself within 50 yards of the shore where Mackenzie stood. McDonald reported the sighting to Loch Ness Water Bifle Alex Campbell and described the creature as looking like a salamander. Oh, okay. Oh, really, Sarah? Synchronicity. Synchronicity. Thank you for. So, salamanders are in witchcraft. Thank you. And we're talking about briefly, as the last part of the show, we're talking about the Loch Ness Monster briefly. And then we'll end it. So, basically, yeah. You see the synchronicities here at the Loch Ness Monster situation in the occult. All right. And it was looking like a salamander. And there has to be something there, because, like, I was researching the origins of vampires, and there was this situation where they thought a disease was going on, and the people thought the vampire was a disease, but you don't get a disease and a vampire mixed up. Like, I started thinking these scientists coming up with explanations that don't make any sense. And like with a vampire in Eastern Europe, there is a older guy that was deleted, and he was like fresh, and he was buried for like 10 days or more. It was like more than that, something like that. And they drove the stake into him, and there's fresh blood. It's like there's some supernatural things going on. It's like people can't accept the supernatural explanation sometimes. I'm not saying everything is correct. I'm just saying that we have to consider these supernatural explanations. Don't trust a salamander ever. They got salmonella. All right. Thank you. The Aldie McKay, 1933. The best known article that first attracted a great deal of attention about the creature was published on the 2nd of May 1933. About the large beast or whale like fish, the article by Alex Campbell, water bailiff for the Loch Ness and part time journalist, discussed a sighting by Aldie McKay of an enormous creature with the body of a whale rolling in the water in the loch while she and her husband John were driving A82 on the 15th of April 1933. The word monster was reportedly applied to the first time in Cable's article, although some reports claim that it was coined by editor Evan Barron. Yeah, we could trust Gizmo, but the other turtles we're going to keep an eye out for. All right. The Courier in 2014 published excerpts from Campbell article which had been titled Strange Spectacle in Loch Ness. The creature disported itself, rolling and plunging for fully a minute, its body resembling that of a whale, and the water cascading, the crunching like simmering cauldron. Soon, however, it disappeared in a boiling mass of foam. Both onlookers and confessed with there was something uncanny about the whole thing, for they released that here was no ordinary denies of the depths, because apart from the enormous size, the beast, in taking the final plunge, sent out waves that were being enough to have been caused by a passing steamer. Oh, really, Sarah? Alright, understood. About hearing that of Campbell. SC says, yes, I used to have 2 pet turtles in a fish tank, and it was cleaning it, and a little speck of water got in his eye and had worst eye infection ever. It was horrible. she she got up because she heard me talking. The Courier in 2014 published excerpts from the Campbell article which had been titled Strange Spectacle in Loch Ness. The creature disported itself, rolling and plunging for fully a minute, its body resembling that of a whale, and the water cascading, the churning like a simmering cauldron. Alright, read that. According to 2013 article, McKay said she yelled, "Stop the beast," when viewing the spectacle in the late 1980s. A naturalist interviewed Aldi McKay, and she admitted knowing that there had been an oral tradition of a beast in the loch well before her claimed sighting. Alex Campbell's 1933 article also stated that Loch Ness had 4 generations been credited with being the home of a fearsome-looking monster. Man, it's all good. It's all good. I'm glad that even she's interested in the streams, in a sense. It's all good. And also, there's this thing we're going to look at where I got to look up. I think the Loch Ness Monster, if it's real, is some sort of being, Sarah, like what the fallen angels created. One of those things they made in a laboratory, or they made it with something and created a hybrid. It's something like that, like the dinosaurs. It's some sort of a dinosaur creature, if it's real. So this is what the Loch Ness Monster is if it's real. It's a dinosaur type creature. All right, you concur, Sarah. You agree. Thank you. They must. This is my theory, actually. There can't be one Loch Ness monster. It has to be a whole tribe of them. It has to be a whole bunch of them because they've been seeing them since the 1800s. I don't think they live forever, so I think it's like a whole thing of them down there. Yeah, see, thank God you healed. Yeah, it's a plesiosaurus. Plesiosaurus. Here, we're gonna help. We're gonna not help, but we're gonna show chat what's going on here. Latina says SC Wolverine's best to Google the rating of meds for how effective it is. My dumb urgent care doctor gave me iMed that wasn't very effective. It was supposed to be used for 10 days, but days compared to med I got the doctor for 7 days. I heard. Thank you, alien. You're welcome, Sarah. I'll look that up. Okay. Yes, correct. Yes. So, and I'll show you all the Loch Ness monster. Oh, but yes. So, Latina, answer your question. You're correct. They do that. We're gonna go in this other window. Shout out to the spaceship cats. Okay, so this is a picture of the Loch Ness monster, an alleged picture of it. All right, so Sarah in chat, you see this thing right here, and this is the Plesiosaurus. They're seeing the neck of it. I agree, Latina. If you situate your guinea pig by your front door, It will greet you when you walk in. It's quite adorable. My mom and her sisters had guinea pigs. My family had guinea pigs a long time ago. They had them. I believe in it too, Sarah. I believe in a lot of these things. I mean, if you just simply take a camera and put it down there, you would see all these things under there, but they don't do that for some reason. Like we see these abyssal fish. This is something I'm going to have a rant about, everybody. So everybody buckle your seatbelts in, get your popcorn and your drinks if you don't already have it, and here we go. So basically, the situation here is that you have this thing underwater, and there's literally a picture of this thing right here. It's right here, clear as daytime, right? It's right here. And then you have this thing right here, right? Right there, it's clear as day. And then you have this thing right here, and it's obviously the same thing as this thing. And we can see abyssal fish underwater, but we can't see things. This thing, all you got to do is put a camera down there and you can see it. It's simple. Oh, y'all will find it. Y'all actually find it because they can't hide it for long. Are they all high on a bong? Because I think hiding and concealing this information is just wrong. It's like the symbol has been struck at a dong. And just like with Planet 10 Nibiru, now it's very far out there, and I understand better. The scientists are saying that all these planets are following the orbit of something out there, which is Planet 10, and there's allegedly other ones out there too besides that one, and it's very, very hard to see, and it has a very strange orbit. But it's like they could go in space and find these things, but you can find this thing right in their backyard, but they don't focus on it too much. And then all you got to do is, now maybe the water is too murky, maybe that's true, okay, maybe it's true, but basically, I'll go look up why they haven't done it, and my opinion is, and I have a tinfoil hat on, the size of Abraham Lincoln's hat, okay, and if I'm wrong about this, I can be corrected, because I'm being a little bit off the wall, but I think they know these things are real, and they just don't want people to know about it for some reason, and they just hide it from us, okay, that's what I think. I think that it's clear as day. They either don't want to look for it, there's other things going on, or people like say they're worried about what Russia's doing, or they're worried about what, I don't know, if you call me an alien or a spaceship and everyone gets offended if you say somebody is the wrong thing, that people, rather than looking at these things, so either they're not interested in it, they don't want to do it, or they know it's there and they know it's there and they don't want to tell us, or they, for some other reason, they tried, they couldn't find it, they looked, it's too murky, or they looked all over the place and there's nothing there, or something like that. It's possible, could be very wrong, and this thing just is very hard to find. So, I don't know, but I do believe it's there, in my opinion. I know, Sarah, why hide it? Because they don't want people to know about these things, because if people knew that there's some... Okay, the reason why they don't want to find it, they don't want people to know about it, is they don't want people to know about these paranormal things existing, because they think people would panic over it, and also they don't want people to know that these supernatural things still exist. Like, for instance, about the dragons and the things that the fallen angels created. They don't want people to know that these supernatural beings exist, because it will lead to other things like the other extraterrestrial beings. But there's a certain point where they can't hide the Loch Ness Monster for too long, and then it'll eventually come out. Sarah, they went into the abyssal trench and they found a bunch of fish there. James Cameron went deep into the ocean. Now you may be right. You may be right. It's possible that it might be too deep in the little pool over there at Loch Ness. It might be too deep, or maybe they haven't done the research to find that. But what really is going on here is that they don't want people to know about the Loch Ness Monster because they don't want people to think these cryptids exist, because they don't want people to be afraid of it. They don't want people to think that these supernatural things still exist, because it has to do with a much larger thing that they're trying to conceal, is the aliens and these other paranormal things. They don't want people to think it's real. And also there could be other reasons I may not be aware of. So that is why they don't want people to know that it's there, and they're trying to hide it, in my opinion. But Sarah, how were they able to find the Titanic? Like, how did they find that? That's really deep and dark under there. You think they don't have the technology now to find that kind of stuff? But what do I know? And yeah, so that's basically, it's so anyway, that is the kind of thing it is. And I think now with the modern technology we have, they would be able to find it now. And basically, they, like they found things like the Titanic. They found the abyssal fish in the abyssal trench. We've been in space. I mean, we definitely have the technology to find it, in my opinion. Like, that is, in my opinion, not the best argument about that. Considering the other things that we have found, the Titanic, we have found many other things underwater. We have found the abyssal fish. We're very dark. Look what James Cameron did. He went in the Mariana Trench. Very, very deep trench. And they can't go into a little place in Scotland and find it. Like, I think it would be quite easy to find if they invested the time and money into it, in my opinion. And maybe it is the money. Maybe it is, or maybe they're just not interested. Or maybe they don't want people to know these paranormal things exist in the first place. So that is why, in my opinion, that they don't want people to know about it. Alright. I'm going to read a little bit more of this, and then that'll be the end of it. According to the 2013 article, Mackay said that she had yelled, "Stop the beast," when viewing the spectacle in the late 1980s. Naturalists interviewed Adel Mackay, and she admirated to know that there had been an oral tradition of a beast in the loch well before her sighting and her claim. Alex Campbell's 1933 article stated that the Loch Ness has for generations been credited with being the home of a fearsome-looking monster. George Spicer. Modern interest in the monster was sparked by sightings on 22 July 1933, when George Spicer and his wife saw a most extraordinary form of animal cross the road in front of their car. They described the creature as having a large body, about 4 feet high and 25 feet, 7.6 meters long, and a long, wavy, narrow neck, slightly thicker than an elephant's trunk, and as long as the 10 to 12 foot, 3 to 4 meters width of the road. They saw no limbs. It lurched across the road toward the lock, 20 yards, 18 meters away, leaving the trail. A broken underground in its wake. Spicer described it as the nearest approach to a dragon, a prehistoric animal, that I have ever seen in my life, as having a long neck which moved up and down the manner of Science Railway. It had an animal in its mouth and had a body. It was fairly big, with a high back. If there were any feet, they must have been of the web kind. As for a tail, I cannot say it moves so rapidly. And alright, and that's all to say for this stream. Thank you all for watching. Alright. I've completed the stream and done what I wanted to do for tonight. And also, basically, I am glad that you all came. And thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. And I hope all of you have a very good night, a very good day, wherever all of you are. And peace.